Hello, Lolo. How are you? I hope you're doing well. If you're watching YouTube, catch us live at twitch.tv/RotakuSmileTube. If you're watching YouTube and you'd like to see, maybe like, maybe comment, maybe subscribe. I'd love to see if you dislike, and tell me why. Either way, hope you have a wonderful day, and let's get into this. Alright. Yep, we good. I can hear the sound on my phone. Oh, I just checked the sound. So we're good, we're good. As always, I gotta check that. Yeah, check that, check that, check that. Alright, yeah. Alrighty. So, as I said, I think today I'm just gonna chill. We're gonna finish the street. It's not gonna take too much time. I'm gonna need to grow even more trees, which is fine, but that'll be fast. I do have copper to change out there, so I might do that and just see if I have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 ish. If I actually have enough, I'm just gonna probably grab all those and take them back. Close. It's close. But instead of doing that, I just want to let the copper cut of age while I'm doing that. And of course, honey, no, you have. No. What do you think you're doing? Hmm? See, Daisy, I don't need to toss those. Honey, I can't see. Alright, let's just trade these out a second. I have dirt. I has dirt. Alright, let's start with this one. Hey! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Honey, I can't see. Why are you like this? I could get... One, 2, 3, 4, 5. So far we've got 4. We're halfway there, I think. No sleep. I do want to get the quartz today, but we'll see. There. I finished gathering the copper up. I only need 5 more. Either way. Alright. Let's do this one. Alright. Okay, and then we can do that one. And finally, perhaps that one. Okay. Alright. And all good. And then this will all turn, and then we'll have all this as copper as well. It'll all be good. Let me go finish off that one over there with the 9 copper. And then I'm gonna go ahead and cut down trees. I do still need a place for bees. See, it's exact. Alright. Now we have room. Let me go put this away. I'm not too fussed about the copper field here. I do need the greenery though. Alright, let me just... Yeah. I know there's ways to make a farm that works better than this, but like... Maybe I should make it like semi... Be interesting. Oh, we got quite a few this time. Alright, and I go for 20 pieces to start with, and then from there we'll see how many I have. If I have enough, then I'm probably gonna go ahead and just get from there. Because I don't need as much wood as if I was doing, like, that building. That building needed way more than this will ever need. Alright. don't think I'm gonna get lucky. It's like super unlucky. I mean, that's the wrong type of mushroom, so that's not gonna help me anyway. I guess we got some vines this time. I got 15 mushrooms. That's not bad, honestly. Yeah, let's see if they grow. I mean, these can't be planted like that, but they can be planted there. To have some more unique kind of style. You know, maybe I am going to save a whole bunch of these because if I do, then I can use them in the nether for creating little areas and stuff. Gardens, flower pots. It makes sense. I should have some in one of these, yeah. I don't really have much here because I just don't do a whole lot with that, but... Alright. Crap. Where's my... I mean, that was unexpected for a first one. Man, we got really lucky. Like, you'd never get this lucky with the lights. What the heck? Should be all of that. Yeah, I think I can't tell how many. No, I guess I got 6, 7, 8, 9. Like, I mean, I know it's technically possible. Like, technically. One must be setting. Let's get at least one more done. Boop. Perfect. I guess let's go sleep. When we get enough wood that I can finish that building. And then from there, that should be good, because that should basically be the end. I mean, once I'm ready, I'm gonna just be able to kind of zoom through that. Anything dangerous? No. Weird. Hiyo, Dragon! I guess. Get some stuff done. I'm prepping the base to at least finish the front part of the last building that'll be over here, so we'll actually be able to have kind of like a frontal view. Well, I'm finishing this, and then I'm going to work on the back. I'm going to start working on like filling out the buildings the rest of the way. Because otherwise, and the insides as well, the lighting. Otherwise, I'm done. And that's it. I need to get that side done too as well, but that's good. Shouldn't be. It's no louder than it normally is. Better? I'm also not talking very loud right now because I was mid-distracted, just kind of stuff. Alright, let me get this tree. Okay. Boom. There. Nope. See how many more we can get done. When I'm done, I'm gonna have enough of what I hope to be able to be doing what I want to do. But I'm not sure if I will or not. So we're gonna see. Alright. Yeah. Well. I did adjust the music a little. It's already pretty low, so I don't know how much lower I could even adjust it from there. Alright, so, 7 more trees, I guess. I don't want to do 7 more right now. I don't know. Maybe this could be the last one. I don't need that much. I probably will then need a whole bunch more than I need right now. Or I think I do, but... Alright, I'll come back down for that light in a second. Dragon? And good dude? We should probably adjust this. Alrighty. I can't really do anything about it. I've adjusted everything as much as I kind of can. I really can't adjust more than that. Maybe. But I've also... There we go. It might just be I have a hoarse throat tonight, and so my voice is like kind of meshing with it. Which means I can't do anything about it except turn off music, which I'm not gonna do. Because, I mean, there's not really much I can change with that. Alright. I've also realized this needs to come up one more. Right? Yeah. Alright, because I think. Because this is a layer, but then this is also one, I wasn't putting that together, so... Yeah, all floors I need to have... He's eventually gonna move, but I haven't set up his home, so he stays here. Yep. I have it 2. Alright, can't sleep yet, we grab the berries. Oh yeah, and I did confirm, just to be clear here, nothing does spawn over here, so we are safe. Do the job. The police bot is still there, or the enforcer bot. Right there, it hasn't moved. Anyway, once I've got the side done... I mean, technically I probably should have gone the other way up, but that would have been much more annoying. So this way is the way we go. Alright, so I did the 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess technically I don't need this because... But it probably would look better because then I can have... And then that's the ceiling. I'll decide like how I want it to be once I'm done. I think this is right. Ironically, this set was already mostly prepared anyway. I mean, it wasn't too far off, I just needed to get the, because I've done everything up so far. There. And so that should be that, at least from the front, like I said. Then I gotta do each of the sides, da-da-da-da-da, oh... And I eventually have to do the back as well. Oh, I probably shouldn't go this way. Because... No, wait, this is fine, this is fine. I should just go all the way down. And then I can decide how I want to do the... everything else. Honestly, I mean, this is the environment I wanted to, like, you know? So this is working out quite well. Where you pull down the, brightness here. Yep. And that one, so you can't see. I mean, it looks good. But mind you, like I said, I gotta do the sides, which will help a lot. Since I'm just jumping from the side anyway. Alright. Remind you back here, it just feels dismal and dark because there's no lighting, but... It's slowly getting there. Designed around the express purpose of just looking incredible from one point of view. Alright. There. There's nothing I can see behind anyway. Okay. And that's just pulled up to here now. And as I've said before, this is going to be a honey vader, so that's why it's designed this way. I do need a door for here, and probably something here, and then on the inside a little bit of, like, I haven't decided, probably some wood, like birch. Yeah. But it actually should feel pretty cool at this point. Like the lights, the way it's lighting different places light up. How you walk down the street. Like even walking into the buildings have such amazing effects. This does need to be turned into a library. Once it is, it will look a lot better in general. I gotta get the inside sun because of that. Feeling dark, dingy. Incredible. And yeah, you get to the end here and you have where, not that one yet, but then you look in, you might see like something like a lobby or whatever. And then it'll be on this side, you'll have this building having a side view, and this one's gonna have no way in. I haven't decided what this building's gonna be, or this one. That's part of what makes it so difficult. The others, it's kind of easy to figure out whether they be apartments or hotels, stores. Oh yeah. Wagon, did you see the inside of my clothing shop? It's actually done. Oh, hello, Chris. Right. But what do you think? Now that we've got all the, at the very least, the different fronts done. For the most part. It's almost not asleep. Thank you. Both. Yeah, it really does a good job, like, especially with the lights, like, right under it. It feels so good. Because obviously this is post-apocalypse, a couple decades down the line and all that. So it would be clothing potentially, but it can also be for armor. And then obviously when it's just a normal day, with that moody lighting, make it feel a little bit more kinda darker. For you guys, we have it like this. But it would be a little bit of both because in reality, yeah, fashion-wise, that's just kind of how that'll end up going. What I really wish is that I could take the shelf and I could put it like, because it's a horizontal. I know it's considered a shelf, but it's like, it looks like it should be able to put on its side. Dinner was decent. Tonight was an experiment. Basically sauerkraut chicken and some rice. Well, sauerkraut brine-ish. Not a full brine, but a marinated. Just to see how the concept goes, you know? It was for the most part. I was just doing that because we were seeing how it comes out, because, you know, I don't know if Chick-fil-A still does this, but they used to brine their chicken overnight, like, as an overnight in pickle juice. To have its, like, distinct flavor. And you know why no matter what, it always has pickles. I want to see how... They were just seeing how well that works with, like, air frying in the air fryer. And I'm gonna say this, I see why they didn't do sauerkraut, and so they did. I like sauerkraut, so it was fine, but the head monster would not like it, I guarantee it. At least, you know, that's what they used to say they did in movies. And it does work. Alright. Oh yes, I did do some stuff in the Nether for you last time, Chris, but you never showed up to see, so I'll show you real quick. And then I gotta get back to work on this, because we're so close to being done. Yeah, I did notice. So other than the fact that my Nether is... I can also show you... I'm not sure if it's a glitch, or if they've just basically darkened the Nether. I have to assume it's a glitch, to some extent, but... But you can see I've extended this out. We have another vending machine in here, by the way. Hello. Yeah, I can only assume that... Oh, I forgot to grab the... One second, let me go back a second. I just realized I can show you... Well, I guess, do you want to see the glitch or not? But first, let's just show you what I did do. I'm going to show you what I did first, then I'll go to the glitch. So this is where I'm thinking of putting the Nether town, if you will. So you can see. There's a little park here when you first come out. Alright, let me go get, because I realized I accidentally brought the boat out last time. Let me go get my boat for ice boating. This is how I realized how dark my nether has become. Because I haven't been here in, like, a hot minute. Because, you know, we just haven't had a need for the nether. I mean, other than obviously we've been on the roof, but... Well, it's the concept of trying to keep your sanity, right? When the world basically folds in all around you. Alrighty, I hope you have a good night's sleep. Like, I know there's a glitch that does this, but at the same time, I thought there was a whole thing where it's like, it wasn't really like a single player world kind of thing. Like a server thing. Moss didn't see any difference, so we're gonna see if you feel any different. Yep. Let's see if you see the problem. Oh, also I'll show you a different thing that weirdly happened as well. Do you see the issue? See, it's weird. Like, it's super dark. Also, something else weirdly happened with my nether, and I will show you this one, and this one I do not think I had happened, like, before. This is a whole different kind of issue that the more I think about, the more ticked I am about. Because now I'm having to wonder... And remember, this is Java. See, the only thing I could think is maybe it's like a Vibrant Visuals kind of thing. Because Vibrant Visuals on Bedrock, it does make the nether darker. But other than that, I know there is a bug that does technically do that over time. But I just don't feel like I've spent enough time in my nether since for it to have gotten that dark. Plus, we had the ability to tell the difference of the biome still above, so... Yeah. Alright, I'm going to show you the other thing that happened that I'm very, very sure that this wasn't the case. I think it's the end one, yeah. Beforehand. It's easier to see, like, because I've been here a million times. This is my starting area in the nether. So, what is this? This is me from last time letting this up, to be clear. This was not lit up. There was nothing here. But I've been in these chunks. And you know how I know I've been in this area and overall to these chunks and all that? Look down there. Look around. This... I don't know if it was this last update or if it was the update before, but it seems to be that I've somehow gained a biome or rather gained a whole area over here that I can almost guarantee I did not have. And you wanna know how I absolutely definitely know that I'm in the right place? The guy who stole my clothes after killing me. Right there. Maybe. I know Bedrock had issues where they had whole chunks get just reset. But I hadn't seen anything about Java. And that's why I'm left with... What the heck? At the very least... I can't imagine I should be able to see this even if this would have loaded in now and it wouldn't have been there before. You know, the whole lazy loading thing, right? Because... yeah. That's what I'm saying. And to be honest, if you hadn't asked me about the Nether, I would not have actually come here today, or yesterday rather, and found this. Like I said, I put those torches down last time. That's why they're there, because I just didn't want to deal with mob spawn. But, like... yeah. So this chunk here, and I'm pretty sure it came to, like, here. You can even see where there should be wall, to some extent. Even if there was a new chunk, it should start from here. Or that it would be resetting. Because I wasn't in that chunk. Because there was nothing here. So I shouldn't have anything. Because this is the chunk I've been in. And this definitely was not this. At least not that I remember, and I feel like I would have noticed when I'm desperately hunting for piglins, because I lit up an area and I'm like, wait. Or like, I'm desperately trying to deal with piglins and stuff. And avoiding the area down below or being careful about it because it's a Crimson Forest. Here, let me show you. Oh, buddy. Yep. I see you. How did I get down again? Oh, right. This way. The concept that it's not blocked off. See? And I had to go down there for piglins for a while to have more trades. Because other than the guy that did eventually take me out. Here, again, trading spot. You see all, like, so you can see I've been here, I've done stuff here. In fact, when I go through my nether portal up here real quick, like I said, I don't feel like I wouldn't have noticed this. It's right here. Which is why I understand sort of it's not lit up. And I've said before, I felt like I had rather with this last update, I've had several spots where I felt like I was like, I know I did stuff here. But then I just relit and all that. But now I'm certain chunks, I'm not sure why, but they have effectively been reloaded. But see, this one's still the same. That's why it's like, it must be that it was like this chunk, but it doesn't feel like that makes a whole lot of sense. I'm right here. And I am pretty sure I would have got, no, I'm sure I would have had to go into this one. And back here too. Quartz. Quartz and gold. There's no quartz. There's no way there should be quartz here. Quartz should be there because I couldn't figure out how to get to it. Not the brightest moment. But it shouldn't be in these areas because I was busy trying to collect that and... fair enough. But see, the thing is, for most of them, I don't think most people are even going to notice. Like I said, the only reason I even started to notice something was off. Beyond this point... I go sleep in my own bed here real quick before I head back. Is because, like, I mean, I'm not, like, specifically looking for anything, but I very much so would... You can see this is my starting area. And I did go looking for quartz and stuff. Especially because I was prepping to build that house over there. Yeah. Like, and here's the thing. The only reason I'm even certain something is wrong, like I said, is because I would have searched that. I wouldn't have just left that there. There wouldn't be gold there, that's for sure. Let alone quartz. But, yeah. The only reason, like, and the thing is, like, I ran down here because I was just trying to get piglins. So I thought, oh, let's see if we can't get any, like, more zombie pigmen to load in. So I just decided I was doing some trading while I was here anyway. Or bartering, rather. But it's definitely not the first one I noticed. It's just the one that I feel like it has to be the most definite. And heck, I mean, even with the, certain areas where I was lighting up with the ancient city and stuff, where I was like, you know, I even said, I felt like I had lit up these things. Starting to think I might have. But no, I've had a few spots like that recently where I'm just like, I know, or down in the cave specifically. Where I was like, I know I lit this up, but, you know, maybe I'm just imagining things. I mean, I have an area where I know I need to light up that I knew I hadn't necessarily lit up, although I'm not 100% certain the more I look at this if that was actually the case, or, you know, if parts of it are that I didn't, but I'm pretty sure that was not lit up. And I do need to go light it up because I had just forgotten to, but, like on the surface, I'm not noticing any problems, typically, but... And the thing is, I've noticed, it's like... It makes me wonder, so what are they counting as the lazy chunks? You know? Where they're lowering, oh, they're not actually counting it as going through that. Oh, I need to leave that. Oh, I will die for my villagers if I have to. They're not gonna get marked by some... that shouldn't be able to spawn that close to a village. But yeah, I felt it a couple times recently. Brushed it off. I've said it too, but I mean, mostly I've brushed it off, but now I'm just... more and more, I'm just kind of going, so... was this chunk, like, counted as being... not... you know, viable or whatever? Having been through, or what have you? Because I feel like... because, you know, I mean, there's areas where obviously I didn't actually go into the chunk, but I did go into it, right? But I didn't stick around long because I just was lighting things up. And it makes me wonder, so even if I change it, I put down torches and stuff, does it count that as I have not been there? Because I spent like 20 seconds lighting up the spot to be like, yeah, okay, we've got a spot here. Another place I kind of noticed this, to show you. I think you were here. Was actually in the cave. I've mostly cleaned it up, but... and well, one of them I think was actually there. The other one I'm not sure. And now it's kind of bothering me very much. Yeah, I'm just heading over to it. I'm still holding this in my inventory, even though I didn't need to keep this. See, I'm pretty sure for one of them, it just was the case. So I'm prefacing with it that because there were 2 spots. Spot 1 is back and behind here. Pretty sure if I break what, yeah, this and this here, you'll see this. But then again, you see, while I put this light down, the lights up there make me think I did light it up. Then I'm like, I'm super confused because I'm like, I swear there's no way that makes any sense. Like, you could see where I would have calmed down, lit up, and come back up. In fact, I'm pretty sure that one was one. And yet then we come here and it's like, no, I didn't light it up. And mind you, I'm not saying that's... this is the one I feel like probably I just missed. Then there's another spot back and behind here where I started hearing skeletons. It is... here. And then I go, do I need to go back up? And do I need to go, like, all the way up and down again and check to make sure it's actually lit? Am I gonna have to check with every update to make sure this area, this huge area, by the way, there were no lights, I lit it up. I think day before yesterday. Until we hit here. Where again, we get to an area where you can, I mean, this is just another part of the cave. And I was lighting things up. And I end up going to, I just have trouble thinking. But then I'm like, it must have been me, but maybe it wasn't, but is it, but it isn't. And now seeing with another that's straight, I'm just like, so what is going on? Because it can't be because the other things that are like above or below, right? Don't seem to have been affected necessarily. What the heck? Anyway, it's not important. The other one, though, that actually straight up is a... I'm pretty sure that is, that's new. Because I wouldn't have left the gold or the quartz. Yeah, they probably won't. But now it just makes me suspicious. Like, what are they doing? And by the way, the biggest thing that tells me that that spot wasn't, if you will, or rather, is, like I said, I cannot imagine that I would have skipped out on that. Because I get annoyed. But then I'm left with, but I have to have, because I don't know how to put it. Like, it's driving me a little insane. Now realizing there are actual chunks I do not remember. And I would not have left alone. Makes this even worse, because it's like... When and how did this happen? Because I'm pretty meticulous about my lighting up. Anyway, speaking of things I need to light up, that I'm now not 100% certain. I thought I was. I'm not. And it's frustrating as all get out. But yeah, I don't know. I just kind of been left with, if that is the case, I mean, that's kind of lazy. I don't want to say it like as a, oh, they're just lazy developers. But I really, I do end up going, it feels weird, I suppose. And I mean, here, well, I said at first, I was like, it's fine. And then I want to go, and that's within the thing. So you gonna see that? I want to make sure everything is as it should be. I don't want to deal with it like over and over just because the one thing they seem to lack again, not specifically be mean, but I'm just saying, in general, quality assurance seems to be something they don't like figuring out too hard. See, this area, I'm pretty sure I just didn't end up lighting it up. I was going to. Just to preface. Oh gosh. Come on. Just saw a creeper as well, so come on, creeper, come try and blow me up. And like I said, I am pretty sure this was already, like, I needed to light it up. It just annoys me that I can't tell for sure anymore. Oh, that guy's... yeah. And to be honest, this is my biggest reason to say leader zombies probably should not continue to be fought as they would have been so far. The leader zombie's getting the potential turning the HP to what it's supposed to be, quote unquote, being more like that kind of stuff. Not like, I don't think it's a bad thing to come up with like ways to kind of make it more interesting or anything necessarily, but I do think there is a certain level, if you will. You guys just land down there, don't you? Oh gosh. I'll do. Alright. Well, that worked out well. Anyway, I just, I think that there's other things to focus on first. That's all. Oh, sorry, I got distracted by trying to kill the mobs. But in theory, shouldn't necessarily spawn... Did that... Oh, you died, you went down there. Alright. Hello, Tomas. How are you? You're fine? Glad to hear that. You. Should be thought about. I guess that's the best way to put it. Got it. As does this really need to be added right now? No. Would I be blind? This is an area that in theory should have nothing, but you know what? I have no guarantees anymore. Because why would I have that? my goodness, there's so much stuff there. Alright, we need to get far enough away that they'll just quickly despawn, and then we'll head back. I'm not actually sure how far back I have to go for this to work. I'm hoping that's enough. But it probably isn't. I mean, but we gotta light everything up, right? Yeah, of course that guy. That guy's fine. This guy's gone, so this is okay. I'm going this way first. That should be lit up there. Here. Lava there. Oh gosh. Can't even find out what he's got on his bow. Hello, buddy. Perfect. I think we've got it all. Probably like 10-15 minutes. Maybe 20. I'll just take them out of them the way I can. I knew it. I knew there'd be another spot. Nah, I've done other stuff in the meantime. I just kinda... decided to get this done as long as I was here anyway. I mean, it's not like I've been anywhere else, right? Okay. Oh, look where we are! It's the ancient city. Alright, so now I need to light up other things as well while I'm doing some other stuff. There, the ancient campus. Alright. Alright, but that's not the direction I wanted to get into the ancient campus anyway. I just decided to light that all up while I was here anyway. Alright, I know I got some areas last time, but I didn't get everything, so I wanted to get the areas I missed last time. Because that was terrifying. That's gonna be something later to deal with, but not right now. Aw, adorable. Oh, I feel like this should be more lit up too. Now I'm thinking about it. But I can't. I just gotta believe it's not the case. Gotta believe it's not the case. Gotta believe it's not the case. Also, I'm not very confused. I feel like I should have had more coal, but whatever. Now you gotta be holding something that's not yours. No? Well, this isn't fully lit up, but it's good enough for now. I mean, I could use a few of these, I guess. It's enough that we can use that as a way through. And not be in too much danger. Gosh. Diddly darn. The timing of that could not have been more like where do you fall? You fall from here, right? Vicky's high-fiving you with a paw. Like, I could not have predicted that. Alright. And there we go! Ta-da! Look where we are! Ooh! We are safe. I have to say, I could not have predicted that, like, at all. Also, knowing where we are means this might make our creeper farm work better as well. Considering every other time we've lit up the dark. That has happened. Anywhere even, like, in the smallest bit of a, like, but not the ancient city, because the ancient city is not able to have mod spawns. Alright, I need to check. Okay, I've been down here for about 30 minutes. I need to sleep and then we'll head back up. You know what? I'm gonna leave the about half of this here. I mean, I guess technically I could head up to sleep. Nah, I don't really have enough time. At some point, I need to clean this mess up as well. As I said before, I need to make it to a road that just kind of like closes off. Which would make some sense. So I gotta remove this pillar. This pillar. Clean all this up and then make a more safe walkway over. But man, I could not have predicted that. I could not have predicted that. I'm not gonna spawn the... Why would I spawn the warden, Chris? I need to ask. Is there a point spawning the warden in vanilla? Yeah, but I've already removed all the traps. Gently and carefully. And I don't see much use to it. It's basically just kind of... well, boring. I mean, and just, like, what do you want me to do? Fight the warden, lose all my stuff, and then we basically stop until I get all my stuff back? Is that what you're looking for? That's basically how it's gonna happen, because I'm not very, like... It's not his home. I'm actually gonna keep these. No, I'm not. And even if I was half decent at combat, let's be real, the warden's gonna still two-shot you. I mean, use an infestation I've been slowly removing. I think this is gonna be kind of like this. Kind of have like stuff like that. Like I said, it's a weapon and a clothing shop combo. Kind of thing, like armor, because really, even your base, you're gonna want to wear armor. Safety does not live, like, you don't live safe here. Yeah. Well, just like any fantasy style world that realistically your biggest threats aren't things like bandits and stuff, it's literal monsters. I mean, that can come in and be from anywhere, can come in at any time and from anywhere potentially. I mean, that would be terrifying. But then, to them, that'd be normal. That's why I figure... Well, that's why I was agreeing, is like, if it's any... I was just saying, in general, yeah, I agree, yeah. Beyond just Skyrim. I could tell. I'm just saying, like, think about it. It'd be But because of that, the clothing store, it would still be called probably clothing, because this would be a more sci-fi apocalyptic style rather than a straight up fantasy world. Not like Skyrim. Well, stylistically, no. It'd be its own thing. It'd be more... I guess... I'm saying because the building noise... Think of it like this. Is there a tavern here? No. You got anything like that? Because that's not the kind of thing this place would be. This is more... They're still rebuilding a city that would have been. So while you might have a cafe... I'm just saying that part wasn't like Skyrim. I do agree that it is akin to, but... I suppose in a lot of ways, not to be specific, not Cyberpunk 77, but it's more akin to like a it's not Cyberpunk specifically, but it'd be more akin to that. It's a dystopian, effectively post-apocalyptic style world. So you just have certain things. To kinda... yeah. Anyway, yeah, I'm just gonna see how high I can get the two walls. Because, like I said, that's for there, that's for... Go. I mean, fair enough. We made it pretty high up. We've made it to the... Let's see, this is the thing. This would probably be more like fashion rather than armor stuff. Here, because this is this department store, clothing store. Clothing store. Trying to keep more, quote-unquote normalcy. Whereas this would be a more, like... It could be everyday individuals versus the rich. Or, well, richer. Someone who can effectively stay within the town and not ever really need to go outside would be more likely to shop at the clothing store that'll be here. Or someone who is more likely to have to go out into the fields and stuff before go shopping here. Which is kind of ironic because it feels like it should be the other way around, technically. I mean, I technically could probably try to, but for the scale it would need to be, would be kind of like for it to not look just absolutely derpy. I don't really have like space for it. I mean, it still look kind of derpy. I'm just saying, like, for it to even semi look like a reptile, I kind of need like an amount of space to fit stuff in, I guess you could say. I want to keep these though. Fair enough. Did I toss it? I did. And this. Alright. There we go. Up there's a sunbird. That's already burnt up in the sun. And a creeper that won't burn up. You know, I seriously do end up going to that whole... So... getting the ability to... There's just so many things I'm left with. I don't know. The molding design philosophy not making sense. And every time I try and think about it, I'm like, Alright. I need to hold this. Alright. You didn't actually go to work yet, right? Good. I thought I saw him. He's inside. Okay. Perfect. Perfect. Because we still need the quartz. Nope, you guys have not. You know, I'm just gonna let them do their thing a second. For what? Am I confused with what you're saying? Us. I mean, I thought that was last year that they should be the... But honestly, yeah. To keep people excited with the drop system, because it's now that they've basically confirmed, yeah, they're not doing another big update. That's something important to do. off of it. Get off of it. So I do agree with that. And yeah. I don't know if I would feel as much that way if it was just like... See, here's the thing, I think... I figured how to get this. I think... if they hadn't... like, I think it's going to be a lot easier to be critical of the drops. Now that we know that there's no big update. There will be people who won't, but to me in a lot of ways. Because if there's no big update being worked on in the background, I mean, you know? I'm saying? True. Although I think GTA has been announced to be delayed again. Which feels odd. Like, I mean, I don't think that game's ever coming out, to be honest. But, yeah, no, if there ends up being enough of something, any game, really, that ends up next year, like, I guess scratching that itch, if you will. Because the thing is, I don't think it's the everyday player that needs to be basically kept focusing. It's rather, you know what? Yeah, that's not who they're focusing on. They're not focusing on the people who actually play. They're focusing on the people who play for like 2 weeks a year. I'm trying to get them play 2 weeks every couple months instead, but that doesn't work. And it's not like it's going to lead those people to then go and buy things or whatever, right? I just don't think it's going to be a smart... I just don't think it's a smart idea. Feel free to tell me if you think I'm wrong. By the way. I have a tenacity. But the thing is, it's like... so much of it is, it looks good on social media kind of things, and it just feels like... I don't know. And honestly, as far as updates go, I expect nothing. Because I don't think it's going to be much outside of several retextures. Things people have said they wanted. Maybe one thing some people requested, like, 2 or 3 or 5 at this point years ago. Somewhat. As I said, I find it more weird. I honestly find it weirder to decide to effectively dedicate to having the more often but not as good, and potentially gonna get worse and worse depending on how things go along. Versus, well, I guess because it's, I don't know. But the irony is it's just led to me being like, again, you don't have to feel the same way as me. But for me, I'm just left with, I don't really care about the updates anymore. Other than how is it going to make it oh so much more annoying for me to play the game. That's really, really at the point where I'm kind of at. And what is it going to try and force me to have to do for playstyle? Doesn't mean I'm going to do it. That's how I end up feeling at this point. And like I said, you could feel very different, and that's fine. But yeah, I think that's kind of where I end up going at this point. For so many of these drops, I just end up feeling like it expects you to go and just kind of use them. At this point, I don't care. A lot of them, like, or to just adjust to them. Minecraft, you think it'll get crushed? It might. But again, I don't think it's gonna be other people. Or any other, like, game specifically. If it gets crushed, it's gonna be their own choices that lead to it. Because, yeah. In their attempts to please everybody, they've effectively done, they get to the point where they do nothing. And I don't think it's, I don't know. I think, I really do go back to that whole idea that it's like, at least to me, I really do feel like in a lot of ways they should potentially go back to themed update. And no, I don't mean like the drop system of, oh, it's sort of, it's themed. I mean like an actual update that just has a theme longer. Take like a long time. If need be, but You don't need to walk up there. Seriously. But like as I've said, I know I apparently have a minority opinion, you know? But yeah, no, I do think over time it's just I suppose the biggest thing to me is it feels it's not so much the whole modded feel. I don't care if something feels modded. As I've said, everything's been done as a mod, right? Everything. I think to me, the thing that I don't like about some of these is they feel like they're either bad versions of mods or they are... Yeah, mostly just a bad version of it. And needs some cleanup, I guess. Anyway, you know, at some point something's gonna happen and I just... Technically this is, in theory, part of the biomes behind me. There were mountain biomes, but... Yeah, they seem to be plains. Why I have decided I will never, skip sleep when I'm above the surface ever again. So, yeah. Like, I didn't care. I just don't want to deal with the concept of the riding, the zombie spearmen on a horse. I'm not interested in fighting with those. No, well, underneath, technically... Like I said, this is technically a mountain, but it's also in so is that, but it's also entirely possible that's only in up, because, you know, there's an ancient city below it. But no, I mean, caves are just like that now. Every time I'm like, how do people get worlds that don't have caves that are just ridiculous like that? It doesn't matter where I dig down either. I've never... Like, since 1.18, that just seems to be how it is. But yeah. I get it. But no, this is just, everything is normal. I mean, to the point I didn't even change anything that I do now wish I had. Which is kind of crazy. You know, I can't correct that because, you know, I gotta... You know, I think that's kind of the kinds of things that for me I feel very frustrated by. Like, the UI, right? So I didn't feel like the UI for Bedrock was great, but I felt like it was was serviceable, especially starting using Java UI. Java UI is like horrible in comparison to Bedrock, but I feel like instead they basically made a not as great UI for Bedrock instead of just I was trying to start working towards cleaning up this one's. Or, you know, picking parity one or the other. As far as even how settings and cheats go. Counted. Like, I mean, that's not even something like the Nether roof or anything. That's just simply put deciding what they count as a cheat versus a which is annoying. Oh. Left my bucket. I need to go get that. Alright, and like I said, you do not have to agree with me. That is... fine. I don't even know what that was. I'm assuming it has to have been, one of those stupid, well, not stupid, like one of those bots. Oh no, was there a... Oh, down here, okay. Never mind. You scared me, good sir. I thought he might have been up. Which, obviously, we don't want the guy to be up top, because then he'll be spawning in with my, my trusty citizens. We don't want... No! I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, I'm starting to think I should probably change where that one villager's bed is. Top. Even though I really didn't want to. Because if the bed was at a different spot, I can't help but wonder if it'd be easier for him to find his way to his workstation. Not that I really want to do it that way. It's annoying. Alright, so... No, I'm gonna go looking for some andesite. I mean, obviously we have some here, right? Alright. And look for a little bit more as we go along. So guys, what do you want me to do tomorrow? Or not tomorrow, Monday. Monday. What do you guys want Monday? Oh, good to know this is here. Fascinating. Huh. Yeah. If I ever wonder if you're just pretending you can't hear me, what else I ask about what you guys want. I'm always good. I always have to figure that out somehow. Crazy. Fair enough. I think Chris is asleep. I could be wrong, but something tells me I'm not. My sleep is okay. I have a little insomnia. I'm screwed. I really don't understand how I continue moving forward once I take my finger off the W. I mean, I would say for momentum, but once you're caught in the vine, it's very... What's that, right? I mean, I call him a good boy and say he's good and cute and fluffy. If that's what you mean. But no, I typically kind of zone out. I mean, no. Not really. Like, I mean, I don't expect him to have any answers. I'm not saying that you can't do that. You know, so I'm trying to think of how to put this. No, I just... The Boonaboo, I mean, he's cute, but he's an airhead. I don't... I don't really expect much of him. So I suppose it'd be less of a, just... I've yelled at him, what does he want? Well, I haven't yelled at him, but alright. Probably neither. I'd just probably talk to the air. Mostly because that's what I've done since I was little, right? Good way to get out frustration, because you know that nobody's going to respond, or, like... Well, not respond in that way, but I mean, like, yeah. Different people have different things that they would prefer to just, that they... And in all honesty, it's mostly because I'm just not someone who talks a whole lot, I guess. Rather haven't really ever been. So the concept of just going and is it really... Yeah. I don't know how else to put it. Like... I guess the way to put it is just the best way to just kind of put it for me is just I never really thought about it with like talking to other people in mind. I've really tried to kind of have felt the or rather, I just don't feel like talking to other people, I guess. I'm not trying to put it like I think talking to other people is good and all, but for me, I am prefacing it with this is how for myself, not for you, because you obviously have different things that you'll want, desire, etc. Kind of something like that. Right? For me personally, and this is what I'm specifying, I just end up so I'm not really looking for an answer, I guess. Yeah, that's really how I look at it. I'm not looking for an answer to when I'm just chatting to myself. Right. Thank you, Chris. So what do you want on Monday? Do you want more of this? Do you want Contain or do you want Seattle? I want more of this. The cost of figuring out what I'm doing. More of this? Okay. But yeah, I mean I guess I just find it easier to talk to myself. I don't want to for stuff like that because yeah, like I said, I'm not really looking to be receiving an answer or anything to it. But if you are, you would be looking for something different. Or if you just want to, like, it's just like, yeah. Maybe the fuzzball's gonna have something that they revealed to anybody else. Yeah, I get it. Like I said, the for me personally kind of thing where I feel more. I just kind of go, eh. But I don't expect everybody to feel the same way as me. That would be weird. And boring, realistically. yeah, I do think to some extent. Wait, did I just do 2? Yes, I did. A minute. Oh, it definitely does something right here. Alright, yeah. We go no. Here. Here. And here. That should match. Yeah. Slowly but surely we're getting up there. Look at how tall we are. Anyway. But yeah, I just kind of end up going to the whole personally. Again, I think it's important to specify it that way. What you need to vent to it. If you need to vent to your cat, vent to your cat. You need to vent to a, I know, like on a desert island, I mean, you're gonna want to vent, again, you're gonna need something to vent to. So in reality, at the end of the day, human beings need some interaction from others. It's not necessarily gonna be like that you need like the person by person does depend, but that you do need some. Someone to talk to, someone to vent to, someone to listen. To understand. But that's just how it goes. I'm not sure how else to put it. And I think that's where I would go in the end. It may not feel like it, but you do need, like, something, so... yeah. Even if it was just like a tube of toothpaste, if that's what you're talking to, that's what you're talking to. I think the weirder thing is like someone who just doesn't ever talk to anyone anything, or just at least try. Even if all you're communicating with is, like I said, tube of toothpaste. We need something. Alright. I need to collect some of the chicken to put in the thingy. Once I'm done with this. We only have 2 more left, and then I can do that. And then I'm gonna probably finish the street view here. See how close I can get as well to having that not show. Once I have enough quartz, I do think I want to get that done as well. Just think I can't get those areas. And then we'll work on the bricks, because I definitely need bricks. And then I should go back. Apparently it cooked through everything. Huh. Guess let's just cook up some more chicken. I'll have plenty of chicken by the end of this. So we have 32 regular quartz blocks, and we have 64 smooth right now. Let's clean up this one. As I've been working from this direction, I'm going to start up here, and we're going to work down. And I have no smooth stone. You know, surprised they don't have like a polished stone. I know polished andesite basically looks like what you would expect polished stone, but I kind of like... I almost feel like there should be like a lighter version that's polished stone. Thanks. You know, part of why it's like this right now is because I'm building. Whenever I'm not working on that, I do clean up my chests. But would that really be... And here's a question, would that really be good game design? I think that's one to think about. Not really. Because what is that? What counts as sorted? You know? The way I might sort something will be different than how somebody else might sort something. And so on and so forth. Basically determines you have to do your sorting in a very specific way or you get punished. Like what here's a good example. Not upstairs, mind you, because obviously I've been working too hard with it. But, so we have some treasure items down here, right? Well, this might make sense. Ores with ores and so on, right? What about this side? This has music discs, trim, smithing templates. Well, trims, really. It has fireballs. Because these are basically, they don't fit into the other three, but they're items that I'm like, yeah, I would count this as valuable. This is technically potions. But are ominous bottles counted as a potion? And all of these, yes, they all come from a trial chamber, but there's another, like, there's way other ways that you could try, like, maybe it has to be that it's old books with books. Or let's say you have to have pottery shards with pottery shards. And then here as well, this was more of the same, but this was not as rare items, but I still got from it. Again, what here... Wait. See what I mean? It was valuable. It came from a valuable experience. I don't remember what it was at this point, but you know. It didn't go in there for nothing. Oh wait, I know what it is. It's because the ancient city. It's ancient. It's part of the ancient city loot. That's what it was. So I disarmed the note blocks, so they wouldn't go off. So we wouldn't have a shrieker go off. So I consider that a valuable part of that adventure. So I keep it in valuable stuff. I don't really have a place. Ta-da! I did have a reason. I had to remember what it was. Well, it's been a while. Like 6 months. So if you think of it like that... I know it doesn't sound like it's something like, oh, that's super valuable or whatever. But for what it was, it was. And that's why it goes in with those. But you can't predict how someone would consider what way. Also, so let's say somebody just puts everything in bundles. They're all bundles. Is that organized? Even though it's the same crap, but now it's in bundles? Literally? So it looks like it's just like, oh, it's just all bundles, but it's like each one's like 64 items, right? Of the same 64 stack that would go in there anyway. In reality, there's not... That's why they can't do something like that. A mod pack can do something along those lines because... Here's the irony. This isn't me defending them. This shows I don't just be negative because negative's sake. If they were to add one, I probably would be negative because that doesn't make sense. Because you cannot, because then you are simply put determining how others play. Which is why they cannot do that. Realistically put, if they were to, that would be something that would lose players. Because now people can't determine what they consider organized. And yes, I'm right now very messy with a total of like 6 chests. Yeah, you just thought of it and realized that's why they can't do it. Yeah. It's that problem of you cannot force another person to play in a way that you want them to without having them potentially not like or to even potentially completely reject your game. And here's the thing. I could see somebody add it. I could see the developers of Vintage Story adding that to Vintage Story because, oh, that's so complicated. That's so difficult. But the thing is, I don't think even they would, because again, it's that same problem. Of how do you determine that? It would require a whole survey to start playing. Just so that it's not, like... completely changed. Or, like, off there or whatever. And again, like I said, I'm not saying you have... I think this is one of those places where just because you can doesn't mean you should, right? That's where that kind of falls in line. Which is where I could believe they would actually do it. Because just because they can doesn't mean they should. But I totally could see them doing it. Because, well, why not? But if they were to do it, what I would say is I feel like they should do it. Also, I thought of another reason why not. And this is a lot more simple. Treasure chests. All the chests you find out while exploring. This is why they really will never do it. You have a mob like that. How do you guarantee that anyone's ever going to find loot? Those aren't organized. Those are literally can have sand blocks and diamonds and bones all in the same chests. Because it comes from a random loot pile, like, kind of thing. So yeah, that's another reason they would never be able to really put it in. And where I actually think that they won't do it. They're so dead set on exploration, the concept that because you took too long doing something else while you're in an area, as you're exploring, that you would find nothing and thus end up not wanting to explore at all because you get nothing out of the experience. It's something I don't think they would want to do. Now watch them prove me entirely wrong and add it, and just that would absolutely wreck the game. But as a general rule, that's kind of how that would work. Alright, I went for trees. I came away with no trees. I went to go check for wood. And around a circle. I don't think I have any. I think I need to cut down some, but still. Anyway. But that's why. It's not like a... It's not like it's some conspiracy or whatever or anything. I don't think. It's just simply put because it's not a good gameplay feature. It's something that you think of how to make it more difficult or more sounds like it could be great. But when you actually take into account all the things that would be required for it, it becomes very much not great. I should just use these as the blocks in general. We have 32 blocks here. But yeah, that's kind of where I would say you need to think about that kind of thing. Or rather, to understand that kind of thing. Because it will always kind of come back to that kind of thing. Alright. Yeah, I know I should do these here, definitely. The... Realistically speaking... Yeah, so that wouldn't be great. In general here. Alright, so I can walk up. And now that should look right from the side. I'll do stuff on the bottom now with the rest. Because I just wanted it to not look funky from this angle. I also could use... I'm going to do the same thing with the other as well, I think. Yeah, again, a bad feature can ruin a game in ways that a well, boring feature kind of never can. Which is probably why they stick to the boring features. But the problem is, boring features will eventually, like, well, short term, boring features are better. Short term. Long term, they're pretty bad too. Oh. Oops, I did that wrong. Alright. I'm gonna go sleep. Once I get to the top, that should also help there. Well, ironically, this isn't... I mean, you know... It is I kind of wish we actually had an actual... I guess they'd be tiles for stone, right? I wish we had stone tiles. Just like we have the deep slate tiles. I mean, well, I know I'm using the bricks, quote-unquote, here, but... Like, I don't know, I like the tiles a lot for the... And I do feel like it's one that would make some sense to do if you're gonna have it be all the others, right? But they could change. It would feel reasonable. I'm also realizing I don't think I have any tiles done here. Huh. Insanity. I mean, I think I have some over here, but... I guess not. Nothing here, at least. Yeah, I kind of wish we had the debug stick also. Not necessarily as a debug stick, but something vanilla like that, you know? I'd be like, it'd be nice. Like, if I want to turn it upside down. I mean, I feel like that would be the ultimate building feature. I need more bricks. Maybe I should grow a cherry blossom tree or two real quick as well. What do you think? I wonder if this is just too far away. I don't feel like I got an answer. Yeah, I think I did. Alright. Alrighty. Shoe, I just need one. But yeah, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm going to finish up the 2 buildings of the inn. I do think that what I've got here is good. Oh, I'd love to have the bricks. That'll be next time. Possibly. Or the time after that. I need to complete that side. Really both sides of the building, just so yeah, they're kind of sort of I mean, there's lots of burnable types of trees. I'm not sure what you're talking about the most. Let me go get the I mean, they all, I mean, I guess the netherwood technically doesn't burn. Yes. But I'm just saying in general, like oak burns, birch burns. Pale oak burns, so you can't even say that you were saying like new trees. That's why I'm confused. Like, I guess if they didn't, I would understand where you're coming from, but they do. But no, as far as like this, as far as I can tell, no, I don't think they burn, but I don't know. I, realistically speaking, do not know. They certainly, as an item, burn in lava. I do want to probably do this here. There. Alright, let's see what we get. See, like I said, you only need 1 for cherry trees. That's the thing that's insane. Like, cherry trees, you get like a zillion saplings from them. Like, so many saplings. It's not even funny. More than like, I feel like, I want to know the percentage. For like, how likely are you to, I have to go look at that, but it just feels like for like, sapling wise. But it's far more likely from a cherry blossom tree. And far less likely from dark oak, and especially from pale oak. Well, I meant in this form. Which kind of feels odd. If they're not meant to be able to be burned in lava, right? A wood type that doesn't. Which in theory, yeah, they wouldn't. They grow around lava, for Pete's sake, half the time. The concept that the item does burn feels really weird. Even now. Like, what? 5 years later-ish? I think it's 6 in a couple months. But it's definitely been 5 years. I think it's been 5.5. Might have been 6 at this point. I don't remember. All I remember is... yeah. There. Okay. Wow. That one was going to be annoying. Sorry I went quiet. I was just focusing on this. Okay. I guess that's good. Alright. So that should be the end of that. And then we can just kind of cut these all down. And we'll have more wood than we'll ever need for a while for Cherry. And we'll end up with more saplings than what we just put down. Probably. That looks like this, but it's just a shadow. If we're willing to wait around. Alright, so we ended up with 2 sacks and a bit of wood. Oh, hello, Dark Dungeon. How are you? I did fine. I've gotten through most of what I had to get done. Or I had intended to some extent. And let those break in a second. Glad to hear you're doing well. Oof. I hope you had fun. I think I'm at the right angle. Oh, I definitely went too high here. Here, I'm gonna go grab more saplings and then we will climb up the thing and then we will connect those. Alright, like I said, I do hope you had fun with that. But yeah, I plan to all together as well. You want to do a composting style like farm. Fair enough. Well, I don't really know much about the game, so I really can't say anything. Alright. Yeah, nearly 3 times as much as what I put in. Horrifying. You know, my gas has just been frozen since I finished just building up that building. And I'm just kind of left with, like, it has other directions it can go. Anyway, I do hope you managed to figure out what to do next. Always be frustrating. Alright. So that'll be done. And the copper, I actually can do that for the front of the copper as well. So seriously, did we get even more saplings? Though I think I was gone too long, so there wouldn't be any saplings anyway, but... yeah. I'm gonna probably go for another 10 or so minutes. Because I'm gonna, well, probably 15. I just realized I'm not carrying my clock on me. The fool that I am. At some point, I do kind of want to get to the point where I am. Yeah, it's gotta be getting late, yeah. These go in here too. I gotta be getting to the point where I'm kinda... I don't know. Something. I had a thought in my head. And my thought is gone. Brain went bloop. Went blap. I'm gonna need more copper. I don't even know if I have enough for this. Oh, I do. Alright. I'll put the copper down for now. Hello, friend. You guys can't shoot me. Why do you think you can? Yeah, can't shoot me here. I don't know. I do need to just focus on doing this at some point so that they're just safe. You know, guy. Rude. I even gave you a place to stay. Oh, I've thought of a place to look for, if I have so, because I don't really want to go back downstairs just to grab myself some more, deep slate. But I might have some over here. Yeah. Teeny amount. Not enough to use, but I do have some. And yeah, I could use the slabs, but I think the slabs would be a little bit weird. I need enough to be able to dig all the way back up. Then I think it'll actually look, at least from this angle specifically, as long as we don't show that, it will look like a full street. If we do it from here, it actually looks like an action shot. Here. I think 16 will do it. There we go, and that'll fill that in. Ta-da! And I mean, it's as exact as I can get it to be. There. This also allows this to... Oh, whoop. I just realized. I'm gonna have to fix that anyway, because that needs to be a window there, I think. Yeah. But it's fine for now. Got a couple windows missing. But that's not really important. Well, I guess I could technically... I suppose what I could do... Whenever I build the other side, that's going to be such a pain, because then I can't get out again once I do that, but... Alright, let's actually correct this, because this is... here. And obviously this would go here, but I'm not going to do that. What instead I'm going to do... I'm going to start setting this up here, because like I said before, I want this to match the other side. Also, interestingly enough, even though this is basically the same format and it feels like... It should feel the same way, but... It feels far more like if you were to walk in from this side. Like, on this side, it's like... Yeah, it's there, but... Like, if you look at it on this side... It feels like a quick entrance to it. It's a little weird. At least to me. I'm sure to you it might be the opposite. I am going to fill this edge, actually. Fill this in from here like this. I'm not gonna... Actually, I could just walk like... already working. I mean, it's starting to feel less and less, like, I need to finish this floor, obviously, and this floor. And, of course, the top, but the more I do, the more I definitely think it's gonna look pretty good at the full... yeah. But I do need to fill in this floor. I don't really want to use these. I'm probably just going to cut down some trees next time. Also, what I might do... I did say this last time, but I'm going to say it again. What I might do is I might cut, like, start working on breaking this down. If I can break it down... well, one, I'll have more stone for bricks and stuff, because I need more, but then what I might do is I might just start doing stone for, like, other stuff. I also think I might start thinking about doing things like automatic, like sugarcane farms and stuff as well. I mean, I already probably planning to do that. Nothing crazy though, just like observers and... which means I'm gonna need quartz for that, which means I don't want to spend another quartz on this. I want to get quartz blocks. Alright, so what do you think, Tomas? Because I think you're still here, right? What kind of image do we want to go for? If you're not, yeah, that's fine. Or anybody. Do we want to do like an action-y shot? Do we just want to like have it be another straight down shot? What do you want? Do you just not care? Fair enough. Then what I'm gonna probably do is I'm gonna be a little bit... I'm gonna do what I haven't been doing. Afterward I'm gonna have to run around to like make sure I don't have like bad things after me, but... right now we're just putting these down. Enough. Gotta wait for it to actually be full dark. Oops. Mobs will be spawning now. But... as I said, I think I want to go for a more action-y style, like... Alright. What do you think of that, though, Tomas? Good? Actually, no, this isn't really very good, is it? Because you can see the other. Yeah, I like that better. This I think is it. But you can't see the fact that's not done. That spot is still dark. Honestly, being able to say like this really does help. I'm moody. I think the last one's the one I'm going with. Alright. So, now I'm gonna need to run around and... First I'm just checking here. Alright, so let's see. I did see there was like nothing here, so I'm probably gonna put one of the lanterns here as well. For now. So let's see the mobs spawn. There's a spooter there. There's a spooter there. There's a creeper there. Oh, he already despawned. Anything else burn? Yeah, that guy burned. Oh, some bones. Hello, buddy. Oh, good. Oh, good. Perfect. I heard something. Is there a spooter up there? No. Wasn't spawned in, but it wasn't a spooter, it was a skeleton. Poor skeleton probably thought it was safe. Less safe. Alright. Oh yeah, this reminds me, I did need to make chests. Let's just do this. I mean, collecting some bones here and there is never a bad deal. I said they probably could have spawned over here, but I just wasn't here, so it didn't matter anyway. Alright, let's... Yeah. As I've said, the last chest will not be touched, but I am going to empty this one. And I know I'm not going to hear any more, like, sizzling while I'm here, but still. There. I can empty that top chest for now. And then when I go away, it'll just become like creeper, like so many creepers. I mean, obviously this is over the course of hours, so it probably isn't that good, but I mean, it's slowly continuing to go up and up, and it's a tiny farm. Which is what I wanted it to do. Yeah. Anyway, I mean, just having a full... Oh, gosh. Chest that I definitely feel like if I had the sand I would be using. Is nice. The thing is, the biggest reason why I don't is that the only desert that I have, I don't really want to mess up. Just because I eventually want to use it as a desert. Lush Mesa. I really do kind of wish there was some way to get sand, other than the wandering trader, and just having to go find a desert to dig it all up. I don't know, there's gotta be something. Maybe use the quartz and the grindstone, you know? Said before, but you know, it's whole silicone, and it would actually make some sense. Or you could turn glass back into sand somehow, I guess. Not really logical in the real world, but real world logic isn't necessary for a game like this. Because then, at the very least, like, you could use villagers to get, like, an unlimited amount of glass that you could then turn into sand. Possibly. I mean, most types of games have something like that. Because you... No. Effectively allows you to potentially... Because it gives you the potential possibility to recycle items that you don't really necessarily need. They wanted to make it be something that you can't just do. Introduce the clear glass item. It's a physical, or much more physical item. You can't break it, right? It has that smooth, clear look, you know, a lot of mod packs have, right? I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying, or like saying anything, I'm just saying that if they don't want it to be that it's that easy, quote unquote, they can make it so that the glass is so much darker here. I would understand if I guess it's I was just saying, like, if they had where you make the 4 glass chunks into... Oh wait, did I remember to... I don't think I did I? Yeah. Well, that was a good thing to learn, I guess. But what I was gonna say is, having glass... You can have a clear glass item, right? A lot of mod packs do, right? Have it be effectively you have to combine like 4 glass together to do it. And you can have it be 4 glass to 1 piece of clear glass if you really want to do that. And then that's the item you can turn back into sand. Complicated, pain in the butt, not really worth it, sure. But it would at least give something that is truly renewable as far as sand is concerned, even if it means you're using a whole bunch of villagers to do it. I mean, there's simpler options, of course, like make it so that husks can drop sand, but that's not necessarily that great. Or introduce something that allows the trade for sand to occur outside of wandering traders, as they really are not worth it, because you only can get like 1 stack. You can still have them so that when you don't have whatever this other thing is, it works. But something, anything. Take a quartz block to the growing stone. Maybe you can even turn it into that into sand. Traders with a D, not Anyway, I do need to finish. Yeah, I'm just voicing thoughts. Because I think, in general, sand just needs to be more available. And, you know, they will never do it. Heck, I wouldn't be surprised if they consider the Wandering Traders Fleet, that's renewable enough. Which is why they haven't done anything with sand since then, even though, honestly, it still could use that. Like, over 7 years later. They could still use more than just that. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they consider it done and dusted, because of course. Alright, I gotta do one more thing before I... Last thing. For the sake of my sanity next time, just to try and see. Alright, so we're gonna change this one spot here to here. And then we're going to block them in again. Which they won't think they can go anywhere. By the way, are there any iron golems down here? Yes, there is. Well, I reach you. He escaped. And there's a villager down there. How did you get there? Yeah, I see you. I don't see how he could have. Alright, I'm gonna set that there. But this guy, because I don't see how he got out, other than maybe here? I think I just broke that block, so I don't think so. Come on. Come on. Yeah, go on up. Go on up. You can get up. We both know you can go up this high. Yep. And he's in. I mean, he got down somehow, but I can't see how. So I'm very confused. Well, I guess let's just head down and go get the other guy golem out here. Alright. Oh, we got a puppy. Alright. That's 2 iron golems. Cleared out. I know more will spawn in. In the same spots, in the same ways, in the same everything. I do wish I could figure out what causes them to spawn where they do. Like, I understand where the guy upstairs spawns in from. I probably should kill him again. Kind of. Oh, there's no guys upstairs. Oh, there he is. But not really. I think he spawns here because they that, but... Hello, Knight. I'm just trying to figure stuff out. I'll do this fighting just as soon as I get back downstairs. And there's a golem up there as well. I'll probably need to clear out. But I am finishing. I technically completed my goal for the day. And so I'm satisfied with that. Yeah, for the front and side at least. Except for that building. I do need bricks. I want to kind of finish the... Let's see. Every building's front is done. So you can now kind of see, at least from this side, it looks good. Once you get closer, you'll see that, maybe not so much, but that's a day, that's a job for another day. As far as, like, actually walking down the street, as long as you don't look at that building specifically too much, it looks good. Good to be. I need to grab my picture. I already have my picture, to be clear. I just need to grab the one I want. Thank you. Like I said, I want to get the sides and some of the insides done as well, because I think that'll also help with the look once we get a little bit further along. Because while it does look good, it only really looks good from like this point back here. Or when you're just looking at it in specific angles, but when you actually go up to them, they don't look that great. I acknowledge that. Which is why we gotta work on, I think at this point, building by building. I'm gonna start with trying to get this one done first next time. Probably on Monday. I need the courts and all that as well, but I need to get the floors all in, I need to get the walls in, and I need a roof. And then the lighting can be that specific kind of lighting as well that goes here. Yeah. So what I'll probably do is I'll probably complete a room next time, at the very least. Along with trying to get some of this done, like building up wise. As I've said, this building is more aimed at, like people who are visiting and stuff. I mean, obviously both of these, this building and that building would be, but this one would have far more inclinations to kind of trying to keep, like certain lights and stuff as well. But what I'm gonna probably do is I'm gonna stick a piece of Crying Obsidian in here probably, and a glow frame on top, which would then be meant to maybe a bamboo button on the side, which would be done in a way to kind of be like a mock respawn chamber thingy, whatever it's called. But not an actual one, because you don't want them to accidentally, you know, blow things up. Cartoon. I probably do need a police office, now that I think about it. But maybe not on this road. But police office is a bit much. No, I get it. I get what you're kind of saying, but it's more... It's meant to be more kind of gothic vampire. Also just other colors in general. I think what I'll do... I have one building I haven't done yet on this street back here on this side. Here. I might make this one the police. Enforcer bot. More like, I guess. Or I might put the enforcer bot thing over on this side. I have to decide which I prefer. If I do an enforcer bot station here, then I can have a little bit more feeling to it being... probably... And then I'll probably want to have one that would be coming out of here as well. Because obviously it is meant to be more... Yeah, I don't disagree. I was just saying in general because you can have it be within the city and at just about any point. The only reason I'm even thinking of doing it there is that this is the road that obviously would yeah. I don't want it to be as big necessarily as these buildings. I mean, enforcer bots are big. Or it's entirely plausible to have it be even further back with the warehouses area as well. And then basically have where I would show like the different places where they are kind of coming from kind of thing. Which then it could be as far back as here, and then they're just like... You always have one on patrol. Kind of thing. Like, you could even have it as far back as here. Remember, we do want more buildings over there, and we want more buildings over here, but this way I do want it to be more kind of degrading, as I've said, until we get, I guess, technically... You know, actually it makes more sense that the buildings that way will be fine, but then the buildings this way, they become more and more degraded. Because this is the direction of the Creeping Dark. We actually have an explanation for this side being more beaten down the farther out you go. Woo. Because obviously, less and less people would want to live farther out here, right? So then instead, it would be that it expands out to the side. So I was just about to be like, but the degrading wouldn't matter as much to that way. Because you don't have... Oh, yeah. Just thought Enderman carrying a grass block. Remember, the Enforcer bots are not necessarily good things. They're not really about, like, protecting you from those kinds of dangers. After all, dystopian, post-apocalyptic world. But I think that's... No. No, they don't act as that. That's not... Kidding me? In the name, they're Enforcer bots. What I decided they were. Because they, in theory, deal with monsters and the supposed rebel force below. Well, remember, there's a rebel force. Mostly, at this point, made of people who actually did go on to the supposed good place, the supposed, final safety place, and never came back. While they themselves may not even necessarily cause destruction or anything, that's the idea here. Trying to get into the big city and all that. But there would be those who would view them as nuisance, problem, blah blah blah, whole 9 yards, right? People that just don't agree. After all, there could be a myriad of reasons why people would not contact afterward. But things like that deal with like just day-to-day crime and all that. And if it comes across a monster, it'd behave like an iron golem. It would probably destroy it, like just throw it in the air and all that. On their own, they're not, like, again, to the average individual, they're not necessarily dangerous. Unless you're a criminal. But if you are on the list, you're on the list. Kind of thing. So a good example would be if someone, they start asking too many questions. That's where it kind of is like if they start asking questions about the family members that they have that just never came back or whatever, right? Or just a little too pushy or whatever. Then they may also find themselves on the list of those that this would be keeping an eye out for. Which is why you have the area down below being built out. This is where they are. And the real answer is they really probably should leave the city, but at the same time, there's the question of, essentially, because obviously if they come back out, they'll be caught and they'll be instead thrown into the mines. I don't want to toss good labor, right? Which, while also underground, far more dangerous and blah blah blah, all that stuff. Again, never seen again. Necessarily. Depending on how far deep you're sent. But they would be more in line with, and again, like, yes, they probably should try and leave the city. And then there would be those that would. But as far as a lot of these people know, because most of the people in the question here, right, that would be far more likely to end up on the wrong side of things would be people who never lived outside the city and thus would believe that there is nothing out there. Whereas those who would be from outside the city would simply put, just leave. Or at least be more likely to. You know? Effectively just... Oh, I forgot to do the spins. Let me do the spins. But effectively it would be more along the... Finishing. Yeah. Finish. But that's the concept, if you will. Effectively, you... I can't see. I'm finishing, I promise. Fluffy Butt says I need to be done, by the way. I'm gonna probably finish this day and then be done. Anyway, but that's more the idea. People who are new to the city are far more likely to just... well... Yep. Both realize that there's an issue and potentially try to get out of there. After all, the concept of you sticking around and you also basically facing whatever negative thing that would happen. Somebody will be there in just a second. To them would be stupid. It was a lot harder to, whereas people who, you would think that would be the people who are here, but that's just it. Because they've never specifically faced the concept of never again interacting, that'd be strange. But yeah, years of convincing, tricking, teaching that the outside world is just far too dangerous, which is why people come here. Even the most, hardened outsider, if you will, the family, in 2 or 3 generations, they do believe that. That's it. This is the only place. Where else would they go? Thus making it far more difficult for them to leave. After all, this is their home. And all they know. The people who come in from other places would view them as idiots. Or just not necessarily bother with them. After all, you have other things you're working on, dealing with, blah blah blah. Just don't have the same amount of time for what is potentially just some melodramatic teen going, but my friend is missing, and then, you know. Kind of thing. Mind you, over time it's like 1 or 2 kind of people, kind of thing, you know? Not a whole lot of people. Like at a time. That's why it wouldn't be thought of as like do anything. Anyway, I do need to finish. And yeah, Kitty did say I need to finish. I'm just literally waiting that last 10 seconds or minute. I'm just waiting that last minute at this point. Anyway. But yeah, the whole concept would just be that it's an apocalyptic world. And overall, it's that whole... Sometimes the things that seem the most alluring are the greatest trap. Promise of safety. Of never having to run from monsters and other who knows what else you could run into. Tree monsters, decaying ground, blah blah blah, the whole everything else, like just oh so very dangerous. The creeping dark. Heck, I mean, if you live here, for all you know, the rest of the world is under creeping dark. And those that travel through it, they certainly don't seem to treat it as a good thing, you know? So that's kind of how that is. Yes, they do. But like I said, it's not really about what they should realize, necessarily. If it was just like that, then... I mean, you have... also have the people who travel to that place. Think of it like this. It's far more in line of the whole, these are people from the outside world. As far as you know, they're trying to make their situation sound better or worse, right? I guess you could say. So they're you don't necessarily know what's sure, what's not. Plus, two different... While the gas traders would probably be the best to get an accurate idea, even then you don't necessarily know if they're telling the truth or not, or if they're making it fit. Plus, a lot of traders... The thing to consider is they travel over long distances in the air. You might only have, in reality, 1 or 2 new traders in a year. I know I've set up this whole thing, but in reality, they might, like, you might, like, see, like, 1 or 2, especially that come actually down into the city. Definitely only maybe 1. Maybe. Well, but the thing is, the other thing to remember is that the traders, right? They're traveling through air. So they have no idea what's on the ground. Yeah, except that's not really something you can do without paying quite the hefty fee, which you may not have. Again, like I said, it's less about it being that they can or cannot leave. They would, in theory, know that they can leave. But at the same time, the concept of actually being able to leave... Plus... There's also the fact that they might not even agree. In fact, most likely would not agree. After all... They're traders. If you're coming up as a criminal, right? You're held to, then as far as the gas trader knows, you're a criminal trying to seek escaping the law, right? Using their services, to which they may even be not allowed to return for aiding and abetting a criminal. That they don't know what you've done, they just know you're on the list. And as far as other than maybe someone who remains there, who actually sticks around and pays attention, there would be not necessarily much realization that there's something going on here. Also, while they do have a station here now, that's meant to be relatively new in comparison to everything else. Which is why it'll actually have things like glass and stuff, compared to other buildings which just kind of very clearly do not. If you look at them. Returning to using glass is a much newer, well, thing. So, yeah, they could do that now. But this is easily 20, 30, 40 years later that these guys are here. Potentially even more. So I haven't specifically decided what point in time this is. You're right, I need to be done. You're right. But that's more my point. Is that beyond that, again, there's just a lot of things to take into account with that as a thought. They're traders. They trade. That's what they do. Yes, it could be that this kid that came up that declares they don't know what they've done, or is telling the truth, or they could be lying to try and get away to escape. Who knows what? It's the kind of thing that would be, like I said, over time, depending, you'll have a lot of people who, especially from the early days, that's where most of the infrastructure stuff below is built. The people who are who've been there for who knows how long, type of idea. And that would be from a time period in which no one even realized that outsiders might even still exist. Kind of idea. Which would be why there's much more willing to turn on each other kind of thing at that point. At this point, things are more complicated, but that's where it would have started. Everyone who was there when the apocalypse happened was there. The one guy who was smart, who had some sort of thing built, not necessarily smart, but had that, uses that to gain power and to do other things. Well, over before that point, maybe somebody disappears. Now, you have to choose to go, kind of thing. Because it's the safety. This guy, he knew. He created a safe place. But it only has so much room. See? Because this is this is meant to a town where they were trying to become a tourist town and all that. Anyway. Yeah, but like I said, most of the people will be from the early days, in which, as far as you know, there's nothing left. Especially since this guy, who seems to have prepared in advance, so he must have some idea, basically says there's nothing out there. Nothing safe. He's the only one who's able to provide the safety. So, yeah. Obviously, at this point, you even would have the gap, but that would not be where it would start. That would be much later. I mean, think about it. At this point, they are literally building another embassy, which would not have existed beforehand. And it's an embassy. It's not just like, oh, it's an underneath area. It's straight up this would be considered a country. In what kind of world there is. It's pockets of life left, not, or there are pockets of normalcy left, not, most of the world would not be like that. Anyway. I do need to finish though, so I do hope you guys have a wonderful weekend, and I hope to see you again on Monday for more of this. But I hope you have, but like I said, I hope you have a wonderful weekend. Thank you for popping in, thank you for sticking around, and yeah. Bye-bye!